Okay, I'm going to call to order the 4:30 PM closed session adjourned regular meeting of the City Council. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly-Jedovich. Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Councilmember Kalajerovich is going to be absent, and we believe Councilmember Obaji will be showing up. Do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
There are no blue folder items for closed session.
Okay, there is no one in the audience. Is there anybody online who would want to speak to public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
There are no participants on Zoom and no e-comments for closed session items.
Okay, could you read off E1 to E12, which are the items we'll be speaking to?
As authorized by the government code is listed on the published City Council agenda. Council will discuss the following closed session items. E1, conference with legal counsel and labor negotiator regarding the management confidential employee group. E2, conference with real property negotiator regarding property The Basin 3 Slips at Redondo Beach, California, 90277, a portion of APN 7505002-932. Have item E3, conference with legal counsel existing litigation regarding the case of Californians for Home Ownership, Inc. versus the City of Redondo Beach, case number 26STCP02197. E4, conference with legal counsel existing litigation with the case of Galaxy Holding LLC and Californians for Home Ownership, Inc. versus the City of Redondo Beach, and does 1 through 10 inclusive, case number 26STCP02642. Item E5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated potential litigation regarding one potential case and notice of violation received from the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board dated June 24th of 2026, attached as a part of the agenda packet. Item E6, conference with legal counsel existing litigation regarding the case of AES Southland Development LLC and AES Redondo Beach LLC versus California Coastal Commission, case number BS1-57789. E7, conference with legal counsel existing litigation regarding New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number B337897. Item E8, conference with legal counsel existing litigation with the case of New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and does 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STCV10146. Item E9, conference with legal counsel existing litigation with the case of 93000 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and does 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STCP02189. Item E10, conference with legal counsel existing litigation with the case of Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sonia Traus, an individual versus the City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and does 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23TRCP00325. Item E11, conference with legal counsel existing litigation with the case of 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy CD Cal case number 223BK10918ER. And lastly, item E12, conference with legal counsel existing litigation in regards to the case of 9300 Wilshire LLC, 9300 Wilshire LLC et al. Versus AES Redondo Beach LLC, bankruptcy CD Cal case number 223AP01163ER. And that is it, Mayor.
And City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be speaking to each of these, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. And then for item E1, we will have Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director. For item E2, we will be joined by Elizabeth House, our Waterfront and Community Services Director, and Catherine Buck, our Waterfront and Economic Development Manager. For items E3 and E4, we will have Community Development Director Mark Weiner, as well as outside legal counsel Kiana Amiri Danini, Danani. or Devani. And then for item E5, we will have Public Works Director Andy Wingy. For items E6 through E, what is that? 12, we will have outside legal counsel John Wellner and Abby O'Brien.
Okay, thank you. And can you let the record show that Councilmember Obaji arrived at 4:34? Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Move for recess to closed session.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we are recessing to closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 PM to report out on closed session items that are reportable and to start the open session. Thank you. to order. We're reconvening. We're reconvening to open session, back from closed session. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalijadovich is absent. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. City Manager Witzinski, anything to report out of closed session?
Yeah, one item this evening, Mayor, in the matter listed under item E4. In that case, Galaxy Holding versus City of Redondo Beach, the council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. I now call to order the 6 p.m. open session regular meeting of the City Council. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalijadovich is absent. Councilmember Obaji. Here. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Present. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Anybody? Okay, thanks. Now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing afterward for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Lola, who will lead us in the pledge. But before you start, Lola, I want to let the audience know she's our first repeat student. So she came in, I think, in 3rd grade, and now you're in 5th, correct? So welcome back, and thanks for doing this. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Lola. I'm a 5th grader at Alta Vista Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is science, and I love Wilderness Park in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Lola, thank you for leading us on the pledge. Come on up and get a picture with us. You can leave your paper up there so you're not holding. Come on up.
Come on up here.
Mom, do you want to get in with her?
And now one with the parents. Come on up.
Mom, Dad?
All right, 1, 2, 3. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, good job.
Thank you. Oh, wait, we may have another one. Jane's going to get a picture on their phone.
Family.
12 more times.
Right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you very much. Well done. Okay, now we're going down to item D, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. We have no proclamations or presentations tonight, so I will start. I do have an expense. I attended the Lifeguard Medal of Valor dinner that kicked off the International Surf Festival, and that record is in the public record of the cost for that. On other announcements, I did have the honor of presenting a plaque from the city to Colonel Demowski from Los Angeles Air Force Base at his change of command ceremony, and welcomed Colonel Schlegel, who's taking his part. They were a big part of the submission of the grant for our potential new firing range. So we're hoping to hear in August whether we got that grant, but we couldn't have done it without the support of the base, and Colonel Demowski was certainly a big part of that. They're also looking forward to it because right now they've got to send their security folks to March Air Force Base for training. So that's one of the reasons we're eligible for those federal funds. And then last week, we also had the ribbon cutting of the Bill Brand Gateway Park. I think that was a great opening, and appreciate the attendance of everybody. It was well attended. But not just by locals, but by our county and state legislatures.
And the neighbors.
And the neighbors, yeah. Okay. Councilmember Barrett, any announcement?
None tonight, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji?
I attended the Dine Around Artesia on Artesia Boulevard, hosted by the North Redondo Beach Business Association. Thank you to the organizers of that, Rob and Mickey, great work. There's going to be another one in August in case you missed the first one. I also had our executive assistant procure a ticket for me to the Medal of Valor dinner, but I could not go because I was at Dine Around Artesia. So Treasurer Eugene Solomon went in my space, so I'll do the AB 1234 reporting for him.
Okay. Let's see, Councilmember Castle.
I attended the Lifeguard Medal of Valor dinner as well, so same reports are available for that. I also attended the ribbon cutting of the Bill Brand Gateway Park. It's again our latest park addition to Redondo Beach, and was very well attended by neighbors and supporters and family as well. And then I also had my community meeting a couple of weeks ago with Councilmember Barrett, where we talked about some of the economic developments around the city, and it was well attended by a lot of the business community from the Pier Association, the King Harbor Association, as well as members of the chamber as well, and community too as members as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Waller.
I too attended the Lifeguard Medal of Valor ceremony. I gave away my tickets for Dine Around Artesia. So I made the opposite swap that Councilmember Obaji made for that night. I attended the South Bay Council of Governments board meeting on July 23rd. We heard from the company looking to take over the South Bay fiber network. I did like what they had to say, and I believe they will work well. We also had robust discussions on metro and transportation, micromobility, energy efficiency funding, and housing issues. I was at the Bill Brand Gateway Park ribbon cutting. On July 30th, I attended the City Selection Committee for the mayor while he was at the change of command ceremony. A new vice chair was elected to the City Selection Committee. A number of committee members were voted on. All but one were approved, with the North County MTA representative being sent back to committee. I attended a First District Neighborhood Watch meeting with a presentation from Sergeant Ryan Harrison on dealing with active shooters and emergency situations that he made to that block captain and group of block captains meetings so that they could perhaps bring that off to their other areas. On Saturday, as part of the International Surf Festival, I played in the Charlie Sakely six-man volleyball tournament. Had a team with a number of elected representatives and celebrities. Actually got to play with Brooke Vandewey and Randy Stoklos, which was very exciting. We've been interviewing students for the Youth Commission, and we'll finish up this week. The ribbon cutting for Veterans Park Historic Library will be Thursday at 3:30 p.m. right at the Historic Library. And of course, Cruisin' Lagoon every Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. at the Harbor parking lot, and live music at the pier Thursdays and Saturdays this summer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A couple takeaways from the lifeguard dinner that we had. The weekend before that dinner, because of the big waves and because of the temperature, a lot of people went to the beach, but they got caught in rip currents and in waves. They had 1,950 rescues in one weekend, and their average across the whole year, across years, is 7,000. So they caught about a third of their rescues in one single weekend, which is, a huge workload on those guys. So we wanted to pay tribute to them. And the second one was they were presenting a Lifetime Achievement Award to one of the lifeguards that had retired, but had contributed significantly to the practice. And they told a story about how at 80, he swam out in Hawaii and rescued someone. And his point was, once you're done retired from being a lifeguard, you're never done. And he estimated he's done as many rescues in retirement as he did before. But this 80-year-old guy swam out and saved a Marine.
Yep.
And he was a former Marine, so it's pretty heartwarming story there.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, most of the stories that we heard were not on-duty stories.
Right.
There was one on-duty story, and everything else happened
Some
during their
landslide.
life.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So we'll go down to item E, approving the order of the agenda. Does any member of the council wish to change the order of the agenda?
Mayor, staff has a request this evening. We'd like to pull item H9 from consideration this evening and bring that back at a later date.
Okay. Anyone else wish to pull anything?
Nope.
Do we have to vote on that?
You have to concur, I think, as a group to
Okay.
withdraw.
Take a motion to keep the order of the agenda the same and concur with pulling H9.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion a second, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Now we have an agency recess. Could I get a motion to recess to the regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. I'm now going to the agenda for the Community Financing Authority. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Could you do a roll call, please?
Member Waller,
Present.
Member Castle,
Here.
Member Kelly Jedovich is absent, Member Abaji,
Here.
Member Barrett,
Here.
and Chairman Light.
Here. Can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Do we have any blue folder items for the Community Financing Authority?
There are no blue folder items for this meeting.
Okay. The consent calendar, we have items C1 through C4. Does any member of the Community Financing Authority wish to pull any of those items? Hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar its entirety.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, does anyone wish to speak to items C1 through C4 on the Community Financing Authority agenda? Anyone online?
There are no participants online and no e-comments.
Okay, I will call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. I don't think there's anything you need to read there, correct?
There's not.
Okay, we have no excluded consent calendar items. Does any member of the public wish to address the Community Financing Authority on anything under its purview, not the rest of the city council duties, but under the Community Financing Authority? Anything you want to say on non-agenda items?
I'm not sure if I'm in the right to speak, but I'm a mural.
Can you come to the mic so we can at least capture it?
Yes, I'm here today because I'm a mural artist, and my work is set to be painted over tomorrow on a city wall. And I
I don't
found
think
that
that's
out
part of this.
today. So that's why I'm not sure, but I just would like to know when I could speak about that.
Yeah,
to you
it's under
guys.
public participation on the regular city council agenda.
Okay.
It's coming up in a few minutes.
Thank
Coming
you.
up.
Yeah.
Good one.
Okay, anyone online?
There are no participants online.
Okay. Let's see, jumping down, any referrals to staff by anyone, member of the Financing Authority?
Nope. Nope.
Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion to adjourn back to our open city council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. The next meeting of the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority will be a regular meeting held at 6 p.m. Tuesday, September 1st, 2026, right here in council chambers. Okay, we're returning back to open session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich is absent, Councilmember Abaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
and Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, now we're down to item G. Do we have any blue folder documents for the open council meeting?
Yes, Mayor, we have 8 blue folder items for tonight's city council meeting. We have one item for H7, a public communication regarding the agreement with San Pedro Sign Company for the King Harbor Gateway sign replacement. We have an item for H8, a public communication regarding the approval of a second amendment to the agreement with MNS Engineers, Inc. We have an item for H10, a public communication regarding Resolution CC 2608-060, authorizing a fiscal year 2026 to 2027 budget modification. We have an item for H12, a public communication regarding an agreement with the Department of California Highway Patrol for a Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program Award. We have an item for H18, a signed signature page for the lease with Equality Seafood, Inc. We have a public communication for J1, which is public participation on non-agenda items. We have a public communication on L1, which is a public hearing to consider amendments to the general planned use element, zoning ordinance, local coastal program, and coastal land use plan. And then we also have an item for P1, Mayor Light's appointment recommendations to various boards, commissions due to vacancies. And that is all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file?
I move to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. We're now down to item H, consent calendar. We have 18 items, H1 through H18, except we pulled H9 for a future meeting. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of the other items on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve items H1 through H18, excepting H9?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second before we vote. We'll take public input, and we'll go with cards and then to folks online. So the first one is Desiree Galassi on item H7, the King Harbor sign.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Desiree Galassi, D4. I'm here as a private citizen, though I do serve on the Public Amenities Commission, for which we also do preservation. I want to reread a piece of something that I presented to you back in January. In the preservation program for landmark properties, the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation requires that elements deteriorated beyond repair must be replaced like for like in color, materials, and design. Interestingly, the two likenesses which have since replaced the original image of the center of the King Harbor sign is strong evidence that a similar preservation process was applied here. It was an intentional act to preserve the original interpretation of the sign. That said, the questions are, is the council planning to seek landmark designation for this sign so that it can be preserved, so that we may take advantage of grant funding available through the CLG for its upkeep? What is the real story we want to tell about this sign? And is the new logo and font representative of a narrative of preserving the history of our city? Is it in line with the adjacent new park, which we proudly say represents returning our land to its native roots? I want to, there's a receive and file, some images.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Sorry, I only have 5 copies because I ran out of ink. The last image on this paper represents an AI-generated version of the original 1967 sign. Why have we not considered this option, considering the passionate pleas of many residents? So I'm asking, as I asked before, that the necessary repairs and painting of the sign continue. However, please, can we maintain the current font, which is representative of our 1960s surf era, and the image that is a like-for-like representation of the original sign? That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wanted to speak on non-agenda items?
There is no one present online.
Okay, I have one more from the, one more card. Joan Irvine on H12.
Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor, City Council, the city staff, and people who are here and listening. I'm going to talk about H12. This is the cannabis grant to the police department here. I support the Redondo Beach Police Department and support efforts to reduce impaired driving. If this grant helps keep impaired drivers off our streets, that is a good thing. What I find interesting is the policy contradiction. For years, Redondo has resisted allowing regulated cannabis businesses that could generate more than $1 million in recurring annual local tax revenue that our city desperately needs at this point. Yet today, we are accepting over $63,000 generated from the statewide cannabis tax program to fund enforcement and education related to impaired driving. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, in a study of 3,267 people arrested for DWI, 78% had alcohol in their system, 29% showed some evidence of cannabis use, only 4% tested positive for THC alone without alcohol or another drug. But the NHTSA also cautions that positive THC test does not necessarily mean a driver was impaired. Unlike alcohol, THC can remain detectable long after impairment. The grant reimbursement over time for DWI saturation points and impaired driving education involves alcohol, cannabis, and other drugs, including, I'm assuming, legal medication. It requires no city matches, which is certainly positive since there's no extra funds for anything in Redondo. However, I hope that this really focuses on actual impairment, not just the simple use of cannabis by responsible adults. Many residents, including myself, have chosen cannabis instead of alcohol for personal health reasons. And also, when I broke my ankle, I used cannabis rather than an opioid. And so I have used it for medical reasons. So lawful cannabis use should never be confused with impaired driving. I do hope that the city provides transparency about how these funds will be used. If this grant is primarily used to address alcohol impairment driving, which remains the leading factor in DWI arrest and deaths, to educate the public about impaired driving of any kind, then I fully support it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone online?
There are no participants online. As far as e-comments goes, we did have 3 received for H7 with the position of opposed, 1 received for H9 with the position of opposed, and 1 received for H12 with no position indicated.
Okay, thank you. Any member of the audience wish to address the consent calendar items H1 through H18 with the exception of H9? Okay, seeing none, I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Do you want to read off your items?
Yes, we have H10 adopted by 4/5 vote in title only resolution number CC-2608-060, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2026 to 2027 budget modification to appropriate $7,929.13 and grant funds awarded by the Bureau of Justice Assistance under the 2025 Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program to the Intergovernmental Grants Fund. We have approved by resolution, by title only, resolution number CC-2608-061, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, accepting grant funds in the amount of $63,627.20 from the State of California Department of California Highway Patrol under the Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program, approving the Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program Agreement, and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. We have approved by 4/5 vote in title only resolution number CC-2608-062, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2026-2027 budget modification to appropriate $63,627.20 in Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program award funds from the State of California, Department of California Highway Patrol to the Intergovernmental Grants Fund. We have adopt by title only resolution number 2608-063, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the hourly parking rate at the Pier and Plaza parking structures and the Marina parking lot from $2 to $2.25 per hour, effective August 20th, 2026, consistent with the effective date of the citywide parking meter rate increase under ordinance number 3313-26. We have adopt by title only resolution number 2608-064, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting the salary range for the position of Public Works Administrative Manager. And lastly, we have adopt by title only resolution number CC-2608-065, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, leasing certain property to Quality Seafood, Inc. And that is all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Lots of resolutions tonight and more to come. Let's see, we have no excluded consent calendar items, so now we're going down to item J, which is the public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that is not on this agenda for action. This section will be limited to 30 minutes total. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and the council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and per the new Brown Act laws, we'll be going by cards and online first, and then to the folks who did not submit cards, if time allows. So the first card I have is Holly Osborne.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Holly Osborne, District 5. If I'm not talking about Metro, I'm talking about trees and shade and parks. So that's what this is about. There's a park called El Nido Park on 182nd Street. Now, I went to my file, my old-fashioned filing system where I clip out newspaper articles. And guess what I found? There's going to get $500,000 to fund work on the El Nido Park revitalization, pay for conceptual design developments, explore the field, putting new fields in, upgraded park facilities, blah, blah, blah. That sounds so wonderful. But then I went online. It doesn't talk about the 200 new parking spaces. It doesn't talk about cutting mature trees. Okay? And all I could think about, some of you will get this, some of you won't, the line about paving paradise to put up a parking lot, okay?
We need Jeep here.
So I'm discouraged about this, and especially when it's so hot. We don't want to do anything to make anything be more of a heat island. We should be getting more shade, not less. And that even the county supervisors have talked about ripping up asphalt in the city, at the schools and stuff, and putting down grass. That makes things cooler. So that's just what I wanted to talk about.
So Holly, you know that's Torrance.
I know, and it's
Okay.
got a Redondo
So-
address, and it's next to Redondo people,
So
okay?
you want us to
And I
talk-
know it's not on the agenda, so I'm talking about it, okay? And so there's one other song that you ought to know about. This one's even older, but I think, when will they ever learn? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Okay, anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay, the next card I have is Miles Burkhart.
Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, I'm Miles Burkhart, 14-year resident. If you are truly committed to public safety, your results must show it. When code enforcement has no teeth, safety hazards grow exponentially, while residents learn they can simply wait out the system. There's a massive black hole in our city's process right now. I pulled CPRA data on our hedge, fence, and obstruction cases to reveal it. From 2012 to 2025, 39% of complaints were not resolved within 1 year. 1 in 5 took over 2 years. I found one active complaint over 13 years old. If it were a child, it'd be starting high school next year. Complaints grew by 40% annualized. That's before 2026. Yet, look at the enforcement output. How many citations did the city issue over the past 3 years? 0. How many residential cases did we take legal action on? 1. And that case was dismissed by the city in June. Staff sends notices, but the city doesn't follow through. Let me show you some real examples of this failure. This is the longest running notice of violation that I could find in city records. Over 280 days old. I filed this last October after witnessing a near accident at the driveway. Since then, we've seen 2 more near accidents at this driveway. The city knows about this sightline hazard, so what is the city waiting for? Over here, the owner got a notice and cut the hedge, but quickly replaced it. They replaced it with a 6-foot-tall chicken wire fence in the front setback. Vines are already filling it back in, creating even worse sightline hazards. This has been open for over 145 days. Again, what is the city waiting for? We, the residents, should not have to act as unpaid code inspectors just to have safe streets. We can do better. As a very small start, I request that the city manager and city attorney adopt Torrance's notice of violation template. It's in your blue folder. It much more clearly details codes, corrective actions, and fine structures for homeowners. Residents are doing their part by reporting these hazards. It's time for the city to do theirs.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay, anyone from the audience wish to address non-agenda items? This would be your time to come up.
Yep.
All right, so, yes, so this is my email that I addressed to Commissioner Elizabeth House, yes. She's not here today.
She's right here.
She's here today. Hi there. This is for you, so I'm going to read this out loud.
So what's your name?
My name is Mariana DeSalis. I'm a mural artist, and I've been painting on Redondo Street, that wall that's right next to the park that you guys just opened. So it says, I hope this message finds you well. I'm writing respectfully requesting a temporary pause on the scheduled paint over of the mural I have been creating, which I understand is set to take place tomorrow because it was not approved through the city's permitting process. I completely understand the importance of following city procedures, and I apologize for any misunderstanding regarding the approval process. My intention has always been to create a meaningful piece of public art that contributes positively to the community, not graffiti or an act to disregard city regulations. I am a Redondo Beach resident, professional mural artist, and teaching artist at Rolling Hills Country Day School, a K-8 independent school in Rolling Hills Estates. During my summer break, I dedicated time to this mural as a sincere artistic endeavor rooted in community connection, beauty, and creative expression. Over the past month, I have poured countless hours, personal resources, and care into this piece. Throughout the process, I've received an overwhelming support from the community who have honked as they drove by and just shouted out, great job, that looks beautiful, and kind words about the artwork. Lou, the owner of the fitness business across the street, has also expressed his support of the mural. My vision has always been for this piece to be the potential to bring the community together. If given the opportunity to proceed through proper approval process, I would love to welcome other local artists and community members to contribute in a thoughtful and cohesive way while maintaining integrity to original vision. I respectfully ask the city to consider pausing the paint over while I work with appropriate departments to submit any necessary applications and follow the required permitting process. I am fully committed to collaborating with the city and meeting all requirements. It would mean so much to have the opportunity to preserve the work and explore path forward rather than having it removed before the opportunity exists. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I deeply appreciate your support of the arts in our community, and I hope we can find a constructive solution together. Warmly, Mariana DeSalis.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Go ahead. Clarifying question. What part, this is the Redondo wall?
Yeah, the one, the retaining wall for all that dirt that has like chain link coming out of it.
Beside the park, not down.
But it's
Oh,
right
down
along
the park,
all
not
those
a-
other murals, so I thought it was kind of just part of that Redondo Walls mural project.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have something?
That was my question, where exactly, but it's by the new park, across
Correct.
from the.
Rather than the power plant
fitness,
wall.
yeah.
Under a tower.
Correct.
I mean, I hope you understand why we can't just have people going up to any wall and painting it.
I do. I mean, I've gone through the Rolling Hills Estates City process for, I've painted 2 parks in Rolling Hills Estates, High Ridge Park and Ernie Howlett Park. And I get the process takes like up to a year even for approval. So as an artist, obviously inspiration strikes in the moment. And I really thought it was part of the continuation of painted walls.
Well, that painted wall down below is private property, and that was approved by the property owner.
Oh, okay.
Each of those was approved by the property owner.
Oh, I painted one and that wasn't the process for me.
Well, then you violated the process and they just didn't catch you. But you can't just have people painting wherever they want in the city. If it's your own private wall, do what you want. But if it's somebody else's wall, if it's public, we can't have anybody just deem themselves eligible to paint art there.
Okay.
And there's a fine line between art and graffiti. I know that one's very beautiful. One called graffiti, but some people call their graffiti art too, so. Councilmember Baji, did you want to say something?
I don't want to start a whole discussion, but is that wall in our control or the SCE's?
No, that's actually, it's a retaining wall for Edison's footings for their transmission tower. So it's actually an Edison-owned structure.
Okay.
And they're looking into whether they got approval or not. We just found out they didn't.
Okay.
So. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does that mean it's going to be painted over?
We can't act on things on non-agenda items because they weren't agendized. Let's see, anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Oh, we got 3 more cards?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mind waiting? Ron Morocco. It was a Freudian slip, Ron.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I do concur with the artist that you should delay taking it down until you can fully document what's up there. There's a lot of beautiful murals down in that area, and it would be a shame without the proper documentation. I do want to quickly speak about 5 things, and I think I can get them all in 3 minutes. Wilderness Park, I'm still hoping you guys bring it back so that we can have it on the National Register. I notice we have our Director of Community Development here. The Weeziack Parquet, you guys referred it over a year ago, almost, tomorrow's a year. His birthday's coming up, would have been 80 if he was still alive. I know that we have we do have our community services person here that's doing the policy, but this one really is not going to have any reason that it wouldn't be approved. We have our city attorney here. I would love for the council to direct to the community services department to fix the Mills Act contract so that if somebody becomes a landmark, they've consented also to be part of a historic district, as I've approached you before. I do want to thank you for what you're going to be doing later tonight to fill up the Public Amenities Commission, because we have 2 public sessions going on, plus we have a presentation for somebody that's provided service to the Parks and Recs. I do understand there's a process, and I'm hoping that the city will do something to recognize some of these commissioners who are no longer on the commission. For example, we had one person on the Public Amenities Commission who served 2 full terms in preservation, 10 years total, made outstanding contribution, and it's just a shame to have people do these volunteer things, even if they do get bounced out for attendance, and not be recognized for it. And he's one of the longest people that's ever served in that capacity as a public a preservation committee member. 47 seconds, I'll cram in the last piece. Bill Brand Parks, fabulous. When the runners find it, they will be extremely pleased. So thank you, Fine, who was here. It's packed dirt, no ruts, no shade, but it's still a really good running surface. So I'm hoping you'll see more people out there. Thank you again.
Thank you. Anyone online?
There's no one online, excuse me.
Okay, anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Georgette Gantner, District 2. Just to answer the lady sitting behind me, I just wanted, you guys know this, preaching to the choir, but the procedure for public art is Usually it's suggested or brought to the public art, well, it used to be the Public Arts, it's the Cultural Arts Commission now, and that it's vetted, or like the mayor came in last time with a wonderful suggestion. Yeah, the lady could come in and suggest, and maybe the piece could get vetted, and then I guess from there it goes through the council. So that's the procedure, just like for her and other people to know that, you know, you can get your art displayed, but it has to go through the proper channels, so.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Joan Irvine, District 1. Well, I'm really excited now that Redondo is accepting cannabis tax money. Then we do have options that if we would allow dispensaries in town, besides getting $1 million in tax revenue, we would have access to millions of dollars of grant money. And I am in contact with the person who was in charge of that up in Sacramento. So at one point I would like to discuss bringing that back. But then I want to say something else I loved about the lifeguard. I came from a family of lifeguards. My dad was a lifeguard at Jones Beach, New York in 1934. Three of my brothers were lifeguards there. And there they had the oldest lifeguard was Reggie Jackson. He passed the test at age 80. The next year he missed it by 2 seconds, and they tried everything. So he had to retire, but then he became a docent for the museum there. He was the storyteller, he was the historian. So that, and my older brother, who just is turning 85, just went to Jones Beach this past weekend to go to a reunion of the Jones Beach lifeguard. Lifeguards just continue on. Also, one of my brothers, when he lived in New Jersey, he was responsible for the Riptide Awareness Program that was implemented in New Jersey. So as I said, I come from this long, history of lifeguards. And it's funny because my parents used to have the lifeguard party at their house. And my dad just absolutely loved it because he was like the OG and everybody was coming up to him. And it just gave him such pride. And so it really gives me pride to have had my father and three of my brothers lifeguards at Jones Beach. So when I see the lifeguards here in Redondo Beach, I just take it to heart, and I love the fact that they're being honored and everybody is involved in that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Hello, Wayne.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. Three things I want to talk about tonight: pizza, pokey, and parks. How are they related? Well, tomorrow you can get pizza and pokey at the Farmers Market in North Redondo. I haven't seen a lot of you guys lately. I've seen Mr. Barron all the time. Thank you for coming by. Like to see you leave with a few more shopping bags with the stuff, but at least you're showing up and helping out. We have a new vendor that just came in last week. We actually have seafood now. We didn't have that before. So I'm told that they have a great poke selection, so hopefully they'll bring some tomorrow. I'll let you know next week if that's the case. And regarding parks, a good friend of mine and also Ron Morocco, we served together on one of the actually charter review committee. And this individual also was very helpful in the Rescue Our Waterfront campaign back in the day. That's Joe DeWitziak. He did pass away over a year ago. I know that we've been talking about getting a park, and I don't know if it's going the circuitous route through the process, but it would be nice if we could, have some parks that would be great to have be named after him. Joe served as a city council member. He did a lot of work in the city, and he was a good guy. And it would be nice to have a park in his honor. I'm sure his family would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to say something? Okay, anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Anyone online? Last check.
There are no participants online, and there were no e-comments as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we are going to have some hearing tonight. So we will be doing item K, ex parte communications. I will start. The item we have is item L1, which addresses the general plan updates and related documents. I've spoken with city staff and members of the council and exchanged emails with our director of community development. Councilmember Waller.
I met with the city manager and spoke with the mayor about this.
Councilmember Castle.
I've met with city staff and the city manager about this.
Oh, and I did speak with members of the public on this as well. Councilmember Obaji.
This is the
L1, this is the,
General plan amendments?
yeah.
All right, Councilmember Barron, mayor, staff, public.
Councilmember Barrett?
Yeah, the same, Mayor. Councilmember Obaji, staff has spoken, met with the mayor and members of the public.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to the public hearing. This public hearing is to consider amendments to the general plan and several other related documents. There are 5 resolutions. No, I'm sorry, 3 resolutions and 2 ordinance changes associated with that. First resolution would amend the EIR. It's a minor change to the EIR. The second is a change to the land use element, the general plan land use element. The second resolution is to change the land use element of the coastal area. And then the 2 ordinances are changes to the city zoning ordinances, including both the inland side and the coastal zone. So with that, I'll take a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second to open the public hearing. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. I'll turn the floor over to staff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council. Can we get the presentation displayed there? So what's before you tonight is the updated land use element of the general plan for adoption, also the implementing zoning ordinance, the amendments to the local coastal program, and a addendum to the EIR for these documents, and it's basically a minor amendment to the EIR. I want to recognize it's taken 10 years for this moment to bring this to you for adoption. I want to thank the community members that were involved, the General Plan Advisory Committee, our Planning Commission that reviewed this on several occasions, the City Council who reviewed it probably close to 10 times just over the past year alone. So a lot of thought and effort has gone into this document. What's provided to you tonight does incorporate the City Council's direction from those prior discussions that we've had, and I'm not going to get into the background of each of those discussions. And within the land use element, there are goals and policies related to land use. There's the creation of special policy areas, and those are really focused planning areas within the city. It includes a new land use map. It includes floor area ratio or FAR limits for most designations in the city. Per the council's direction, we did not set a FAR limit in the general plan for the public institutional zone. So I wanted to point that out because I know there's been some questions about that. I do want to note that in the EIR, it's still reflected at the 1.25 FAR and the 0.75. And that's just because the council has deferred a decision on this and will be considering the FAR for the public institutional at a future date. The environmental review would still be necessary for that, and it's not a policy setting document. It just provides the city with options to set the cap at that limit. So I wanted to.
Did you say 0.75 or 1.2?
1.25 for city, for the Civic Center and for Beach Cities Health, and then 0.75 for the others. So.
And that's just for the EIR?
That's right. In the land use element, it states that it's subject to Planning Commission design review. So there's also the zoning ordinance that's being provided to the City Council for adoption, and that implements the policies of the general plan. That includes the increased floor area ratio cap along the ACAP corridor, the FAR increase in the industrial zone north of Manhattan Boulevard, and an FAR increase along some small portions of PCH. And that also includes new development standards for the ACAP that address the building height and setbacks and allowance for rooftop dining. And these are in association with the updated FAR the council as part of this package. So with that, there's several recommendations. One is to open the public hearing, take testimony, then close the public hearing. And there's 2 or 3 resolutions and 2 ordinances that are being provided for the City Council's adoption. So I'm available for questions, and that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. I think we got a number of emails on this. I think what confused people is when you read the PlaceWorks summary, it had the 125 against they called it PI2, I think. Can you go over why that was in there, or how, that document does not constitute the zoning changes that we're making?
It does not. It's not a policy-setting document. It's related to the traffic and land use analysis. It's required under Article 27. Originally, we were going to set the cap on the public institutional, so that was part of the overall Article 27 analysis. Following the adoption of these items, that document will be updated, and we intend to still make reference to it because it is part of the traffic analysis, it is part of the aggregate, but we're going to note that a decision on the FAR limit is not being made at this time, just so it's clear to the public. We're also going to provide some other clarifications in the documents as well.
And I think what's
so
also.
In essence, if you allow me.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in essence, the EIR supplement would overstate the traffic impacts because you're analyzing it at 1.25, potentially.
Correct.
It does. So there's two studies associated with this. One is the environmental impact report, which kind of overstated it, and the Article 27 traffic analysis, which is separate. Both of those have the analysis for up to that 1.25 limit at Beach City's Health. However, it's still being left undetermined or unspecified, and that's the case in the city's current general plan and the general plan that we've had for the past 30 years. And based on prior city council direction, there will be a future discussion and consideration of that item and potentially setting of a cap limit.
And also worth noting, if I could, Mayor, that document was published and put online prior to your July 7th direction to separate the two actions. So that was the cumulative effect, the aggregate effect, as Mark said, prior to the direction on the 7th to separate that decision to defer it to a later date. So what you'll see with what will be the ultimate amended supplemental document that'll get posted within 10 days of tonight's action is your final actions as a body, your administrative actions consistent with tonight's direction.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. And that document, even, I mean, that's not one we're approving tonight. It's a support document to the resolutions and the ordinance changes. So
correct.
There's nothing we're doing tonight that would lock that in concretely at this point. So I appreciate that. First off, now that I'm done with my question, great job. I know, Councilmember Waller and I were on the GPAC for all that time, and now we're up here seeing it come back. I think it's about time to get this thing done. It seems like the world keeps moving while we keep trying to nail this thing down. So I'm anxious to see this get on the ballot and get approved. Sean, you were with this, I think, the longer of any current staff member, so thanks for all your work on it. I remember you in those PlaceWorks meetings, and those were a lot of fun. So appreciate all the work by staff, and so thank you for that. Any member, I see Councilmember Barrett, you have your hand up.
I did, I think maybe Councilmember Obaji, did you want to?
I can make a motion if you want.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
All right, make a motion to adopt by title only resolutions number CC-2608-067, resolution number CC-2608-068, introduced by title only ordinance number CC-3314-26, and ordinance number CC-3315-26.
And also resolution.
I think we need 66.
2608-066.
Yeah, you missed 66.
You missed the first one.
Oh, yeah, that's right. My screen was too far down. And adopt by title only resolution number 2608, CC-2608-066.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Barrett, is your hand still up?
It is not, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Obaji, your hand's down? Okay, anyone else? Okay, we'll go to public input. I do have cards. The first is Holly Osborne. I missed the posters.
Okay, I hope I'm not a little bit confused about this, but this is Holly Osborne, District 5, and I want to talk about your zoning for the schools, okay? I don't know if that's public or whatever it is, but I am concerned if you raise it over what it currently is, which is, most of them were about, I think, 0.2 or 0.3 when I saw the chart. And here's why. A Heritage Park is that where there's now senior housing is a good point. That was, the school had it, and they lease it out now, and they built senior housing on one part, but then they kept the rest as a park. Why would you want to increase the zoning and risk having people put housing on the park part? I think the school district, it's almost a violation of their commitment to the city to have their school properties upzoned.
Holly,
Why
may I
would you do
interrupt a
it?
second?
Yes.
And I'll give you your time back, but that's not an action we're taking tonight. We're
Okay.
deferring that.
You had,
So you have nothing to worry about if that's your only concern.
that's my only concern.
Yeah, we're not addressing that tonight. We're not doing anything with PI.
Okay, and you know I'll be back if you
Public
do.
institutional is the schools, the civic center, BCHD. So we're not doing anything with the schools tonight.
Okay, all right,
So I didn't
thank
mean to
you.
cut you off, but that's not something we're
Okay,
approving
no,
tonight.
I appreciate the, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone online?
There is no individual online, and there was one e-comment for L1 in the position of oppose.
Okay, we have Mickey Johnson. And that's the last card I have.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mickey Johnson, and I serve as the president of the North Redondo Beach Business Association. NRBBA strongly supports your approval of the land use element and the actions that advance the Artesia Aviation Corridor Area Plan. From the business community perspective, we see the ACAP as an important and positive step that helps set the stage for long-term revitalization of the corridor through clearer development standards, a more workable framework for reinvestment, and a shared direction that can help attract the kind of improvement the community wants to see over time. Just as importantly, this effort benefits the residents. Thoughtful updates like these can create opportunities for new development that fits the corridor along with placemaking, the kinds of improvements that make a street feel more welcoming and more vibrant. That includes gathering spaces and functional community-oriented amenities, which is exactly what the Public Arts Survey conducted in 2025 said the residents wanted. We also want to recognize that some changes are already helping. For example, relaxing the parking requirements has already benefited some businesses, making it easier to improve spaces and support local activity along the corridor. NRBBA is committed to being a constructive partner in making this successful, not just in concept, but in real outcomes people can see. Our Economic Development Task Force is actively working with property owners right now to identify those who are interested in participating in a cost-share storefront improvement program. We believe this kind of program can be practical, early win that further enhances the corridor, supports small businesses, and helps build momentum for reinvestment. We're currently compiling interested participants and project concepts, and we plan to bring a proposed storefront improvement package to the city this fall for your consideration. Finally, as this moves forward, we'd ask the city to continue providing easy-to-understand graphics and plain language explanations so residents can follow what's changing, especially on the more technical topics like increasing the FAR, the floor area ratio. NRBBA is committed to helping with that communication just as well. Thank you for your leadership and for all the work that has gone into updating the general plan and the ACAP. NRBBA respectfully urges you to approve the land use element and continue moving this effort forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay, any member of the audience wish to address this item? Teresa.
Hi, my name is Teresa Mitchell. I'm a resident of District 4, and I wanted to, thank you. I know this is an incredible amount of work, to put into these, and I've commented on before. What I'd like to say is I support the increase of the FAR of 1.5 in the Artesia and Aviation Corridor Plan. But one of the things that, as a professional, when I'm looking at, there's conflicts between two of the ordinances. The land use element is identifying special policy areas as our aviation and Artesia and a neighborhood commercial with the 1.5 FAR. However, the other ordinance, I think it's attachment 1, is referencing it as Artesian Aviation Corridor Plan and using the C2 and C2 PD. So the general plan is now not consistent with the zoning code once these are passed. So that is something that, as a professional, that I see becomes problematic. And this week alone, I've submitted 7 permits in 4 different municipalities. The other thing I would like to point out or to say is that I know that height limit, and I've said this before, is of an additional 45 foot for 3 stories. And while I think that the intent is to increase the building envelope, what that does is a 45-foot building is a 4-story building. And if we want to promote ground floor commercial, which I think is the intent of the Artesian Aviation area, we want to keep that ground floor used as commercial, not as parking, not as raising it, not as stairs. So I would recommend keeping the height limit in the 30 to 36 range, which is similar to what some of our neighboring cities are that have walkable commercial, which is Hermosa and Manhattan Beach in their downtown areas. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up is that back in December, the Public Works Commission had reviewed a driveway ordinance to reduce the maximum or minimum widths for driveways. And that hasn't made it back to council. But what that does is it very much increases the footprint, is particularly allowing for rear parking, which is one of the premises and one of the premises and one of the purposes that are shown in the intent in the zoning code by reducing from 14 foot to 12 foot or 10 foot, and instead of 30 foot down to 24 foot, it allows you to have a narrower driveway, you have more street front, you have more commercial, and that's something that would be very helpful for increasing the building sizes and the commercial footprint.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, are you guys aware of the contradiction, or do you agree?
Yeah, and in fact, they're not inconsistent. It's a general plan land use designation of commercial neighborhood and a zoning designation that's consistent with it of C2 and C2 PD. They don't have to be identically named, just the land use allowances are commercial and the C2 zoning and C2 PD are commercial. Okay. So it's just a naming convention, not inconsistency.
Okay, thank you. Anyone online?
There's no one online.
Anyone else from the audience wish to address this item?
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I'm glad we're finally moving things ahead. I mean, 10 years ago, like I said, I thank Bill Brandt for not appointing me onto the GPAC. Brad and you were laughing about that, even though I went to a lot of the meetings. But one thing that still is important is that, I'm talking to a lot of folks in the community. They're confused. They like the general idea when we tell them and explain to them why it's important, especially Artesia Aviation. I mean, this is something that I have been advocating, and I know you guys have for the last year. I mean, I would have loved to have this thing voted on last year so we could actually start getting some development going on in the area. But 2 things. One, when you start talking about it, everyone I talk about, well, what is this? I heard this thing called something else. I said, well, it's a general plan. And they said, well, why isn't it called that, the vote on that? So it gets back to the comment. I know Councilmember Obaj and I don't agree on this maybe directly, but I still think most people are going to understand it as GP. And you're going to get most of the votes of districts 1, 2, and 3. That's just where it's going to be.
Well, the naming comes up later.
Yeah, exactly. Now, another issue with, and again, this is related to it in part of it, but I know this will be coming up later in a future discussion, but you really got to do a lot more community outreach. I suggest there's 3 locations that you can go every week and talk to people. There's a farmer's market in North Redondo, South Redondo, and right by the pier. That's the best way to get people, talk to them, put a booth. You had a booth there for the Historical Commission at the Summerfest. I think we should do the same thing for this. This is way important. This is probably a once a generational type of option we have, and it'd really be a shame that some of the conspiracy folks at our city would try to harpoon this by twisting it and smearing things around. The best way to deal with that is deal with facts and information and educate people. And it's confusing enough when you look at this document, you have to reference a 45-page reference to kind of figure out how this is going to impact you. As I mentioned earlier, there are subsections between 190th and Diamond, and then Diamond and Ruby, and then Ruby down. People still don't understand that. So as equally important as the language you're doing here, public outreach and public education is really important. I'm going to be doing what I can to help out, but the city really needs to step up and do this big time. Thank you.
I'm hoping the Article 27 summary will help. I mean, that's what it was intended to do, was to simplify it for.
It will. We've been working with Fair and Peers on this, and they're going to create a more simplified, consolidated version that's easily understandable by the layperson.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, anyone online?
There's no one online.
Anyone else in the audience wish to address the council on this item? Okay, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So, second.
Okay. Does anybody wish to change anything based on what we heard from the city council? I mean, the public? Okay, then I will call the vote, and we'll do a roll call vote because of the importance of this. Councilmember Waller.
Aye.
Councilmember Castle.
Aye.
Councilmember Baji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. And do you want to read off those resolutions?
Yes. We have adopt by title only resolution number CC-2608-066, adopting an addendum to the Certified Program Environmental Impact Report, the State Clearinghouse number 2023-050-732 for the Redondo Beach Focused General Plan Update, Zoning Ordinance Update, and Local Coastal Program Amendment pertaining to the proposed C2 and C2 PD Development Standard Amendments and rooftop dining regulations within the Artesia and Aviation Corridor Area Plan. We have adopt by title only resolution number CC-2608-067, updating the general plan land use element to implement a land use plan, goals, policies, and implementation measures that serve as a framework to express the community's desired future for growth and development over the subsequent 20 to 30 years. We have adopt by title only resolution number CC-2608-068, amending the coastal land use plan for the city's local coastal program to make consistent and implement the city's updated general plan land use element, and directing staff to submit the amended coastal land use plan to the Coastal Commission. We have introduced by title only ordinance number CC-3314-26, amending Title 10 Planning and Zoning, Chapter 2, Zoning and Land Use of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code for the consistency with and to implement the update to the city's general planned land use element, inclusive of the land use plan, goals, policies, and implementation measures. And then we have introduced by title only ordinance number CC-3315-26, amending Title 10 Planning and Zoning, Chapter 5 Coastal Land Use Plan, implementing ordinance of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code for consistency with and to implement the update to the city's general planned land use element, inclusive of the land use plan, goals, policies, and implementation measures.
Okay, thank you. So those two ordinances will come back as consent calendar items as a second reading or next week? Okay, and then they'll be final. Okay, well, thank you to Mark and Sean on this. This is a milestone. I guess you're sticking around for the next one? Okay, so that item is closed. We're going down to item N1, which is related, but this has to do with the Article 27 election, required election. Or ballot, I should say. So there's 3 resolutions in that, one calling for the holding of the special election, one asking the Board of Supervisors to consolidate it with the statewide general election, and then a final one setting the priorities for who can write arguments. So With that, we'll open it up to staff.
Okay, great. We're here finally for the November 3rd. This week is the deadline to submit all the resolutions to the LA County so we can consolidate for the Los Angeles County statewide general election. As you mentioned, the first one is to call it, the second one with the question, and we have the ballot measure text, which is the Exhibit A, which will be on our website, and on the impartial analysis, we cannot do a QR code, but we will have a link and the website so they can go to our website and see the ordinance. The other one is the arguments for and against, and also to direct the city attorney to prepare the impartial analysis. So for the arguments to be filed for and against, last week we had it set up or the last meeting, we had it, due date was 10 days, which would have been the 14th, but that was the recommended date from the county. We like to go based on the legal date for the election code. So you got 4 more days. So the actual filing of arguments is due on August 18th at 5:30 p.m., and it's 300 words. If there's any rebuttals, that'll be at 5:30 Friday on August 28th. That's 250 words. The impartial analysis from the city attorney will be due on August 28th at 5:30, and that'll be 500 words. And per the last meeting, the letter designation, first choice will be ART, second choice AR, and third choice would be AAC. I don't know if you have any other questions related to any of the deadlines or anything. But otherwise, tomorrow morning, that's what I'll be filing with the county.
Okay.
Once the resolutions are signed.
Well, thank you, and I did want to add on, I did leave out the last resolution directs the city attorney to prepare the impartial analysis, and Wayne, I think that's where it really gets simplified because it's limited in words, and that's where I often start when I'm looking at these things. So we'll be counting on Joy and her staff getting it down to something simple to understand, and I'm confident you can do that. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. So for tonight, you need a motion to adopt by resolution the 3 resolutions, adopt by title the 3 resolutions.
Correct.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and make that motion. To adopt by title only resolution CC 2608-057, adopt by title only resolution CC-2608-058, and adopt by title only resolution CC-2608-059.
Does anyone care to second that?
Second.
We got 2 seconds.
That's fine. Councilmember Waller got it.
I think Councilman.
Do you need the identification of the proponent who's going to write the proponent statement now?
That was designated last time, and it's in this resolution.
Okay, got it. All right.
Right. And so tomorrow morning, I'll be emailing both of you the argument booklet. We have it all organized and everything, and you'll just fill that out and submit it to me. That's it.
Okay, any other questions?
Do we have the letter designation yet?
We're putting those 3 choices tomorrow. We'll give it to the county, and then hopefully we'll get some kind of, we'll get an approval soon.
Okay.
Okay, let's open it up to the public. Do we have any cards on this one?
No cards.
Okay, does any member of the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
There is no one online, and there were no e-comments for this.
Okay, last chance. Okay, I will call the vote. Councilmember Waller?
Aye.
Councilmember Castle?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-0. You want to read off the resolutions, please?
So we have adopt by title only resolution CC-2608-057, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, calling for the holding of a special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026, for the submission to the voters, a city measure relating to major changes in allowable land use pursuant to Article 27 of the City Charter. We have adopt by title only resolution number 2608-058, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to consolidate a special municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, with the statewide general election to be held on that date pursuant to 10403 of the California Elections Code for a proposed city measure. We have adopt by title only resolution CC-2608-059, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, setting priorities for the filing written arguments and rebuttal arguments and directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis regarding a city measure regarding major changes in allowable land use pursuant to Article 27 of the City Charter to be submitted at a special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026, as called by resolution number CC-2608-057.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I could, just real quickly, just to echo what you said, there was just an extraordinary amount of work that went into item L1 and item N1 in particular. I'd like to publicly thank Joy Ford, her team, Eleanor Manzano, her team, Derek, and again, Mark and Sean. That just, I can't tell you the number of hours that went into preparing these documents, getting them cleaned up. And again, the council's direction, I think 2 weeks ago, really helpful in getting us to this point today. But it deserves a little recognition. There was a lot of staff time put into this effort.
In 10 years.
Very big event. So my thanks to all of them.
Thank you, and I concur with those comments. Going to item N2, this is discussion and possible action regarding recommended changes to the PCH improvement project at PV Boulevard and PCH.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Andy Wingy from the Public Works Department. I have with me tonight Lauren Sablon, our city engineer, and Ryan Liu, our senior transportation engineer. Tonight, this item before you is dealing with the project that actually is being performed by Caltrans, but has to do with an intersection that some may recall was involved with the development of the what used to be called Legato, now the Eddie Redondo site. We just wanted to bring to your attention that some of the design considerations that were previously forwarded to Caltrans as the city preferences may now be, should now be reconsidered. And we wanted to just daylight that to your attention and get your direction on whether or not to ask Caltrans to make some changes here. To explain further, Lauren's going to start off and then Ryan will take over.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we'll be referring to PCH in the northbound and southbound direction and PV Boulevard in the eastbound and westbound direction. However, it just should be noted that the traffic counts will orientate PCH as eastbound and westbound for your attachment there. A little bit about the background of the project for Caltrans. They are rehabilitating PCH from South Bay to Santa Monica. They're doing pedestrian accessibility and traffic safety improvements, which include rehab of the pavement, updating curb ramps. They're doing bus pads, sidewalks, drainage improvements, and striping. They have begun construction. It was earlier this year that they started up in the north end of town, and then they're going to head back down towards Redondo. This is anticipated to be completed in winter of 28-29. The Caltrans projects includes the construction of this new right turn pocket on northbound PCH to eastbound PV Boulevard, which would widen the intersection. As part of the Eddy project or the Eddy development, the northeast corner of on the intersection, there was an irrevocable offer to dedicate an easement for future street purposes. This was recorded on the track map. This requirement to build the right turn pocket was actually reduced to the irrevocable offer as a result of the reduction of the commercial square footage of the project. Once the city widens the street or the actual construction is completed, that area would become perfected as part of, it would be perfected as right-of-way. With the anticipation of the Caltrans project installing the right turn pocket and widening the street, the Legato project development was allowed to install hardscape areas that could have been landscaped. This slide shows you the excerpt of the actual plans from Caltrans for the widening. There are 2 current northbound through lanes on PCH, so it would be a through right turn onto PV Boulevard. The proposed curb line would be shifting to the east to create a 16-foot lane. There's catch basins, a catch basin and storm drain line that would need to be relocated, as well as streetlights. The darker orange area is the future street dedication area, and that would become the 12-foot sidewalk. I'll kick it over to Ryan.
And so the reason why we're coming before you today is just some additional background information. Prior CEQA and traffic analysis practices typically only considered driver convenience and delay through level of service calculations and number of seconds of delay experienced on average per driver. We've also found a lot of transportation engineers in the industry have found that traffic impact analyses tend to overestimate traffic demands based on trip generation rates in very isolated suburban areas without any walking or biking or transit activity. So that the current practice of the industry removes level of service and driver delay from traffic studies, and including Caltrans, they're focusing more on safety, reducing driving, and lowering speeds. That's the focus of the transportation practice today. We found that the vehicle volumes at this intersection have been flat or even declining PCH and PV Boulevard, while the bike and pedestrian crossings have increased substantially. We've also received requests to improve pedestrian safety at this intersection. So in the context of a right turn lane, general industry practice, it's not always, but we should consider a right turn lane when those right turn movements reach about 100 to 125 vehicles per peak hour. So either in the AM peak hour or the PM peak hour, those are the 2 highest traffic hours of the day when folks are commuting to and from home and work. Or when the right turn volumes are 10% or more of the total directional approach volume, so northbound PCH. If the right turns are 10% or more of that total volume, then that could suggest that a right turn lane could be beneficial to that traffic. If it's below 10%, then that right turn traffic might not have a chance to even enter that right turn pocket, whether it's there or not. So we do have traffic counts from 2023 before Eddie Redondo was built, and we recently took traffic counts in March. At that time, we noted that the Eddie Redondo was about 61% leased on the residential side and 25% leased on the commercial side. We found that between the 2 count years, we saw about a 13 to 19% increase in that northbound right turn PCH volume, and we associate that with the Eddie Redondo development coming online. There hasn't been any significant large development in that area besides that. These northbound right turns remain less than 8% of that northbound approach volume on PCH. Those 52 peak hour volumes in the AM and the 69 in the PM are still well below 100 to 125 vehicles per hour. We expect that when the Eddie Redondo is fully leased, we don't expect this volume to double. It would need to double in order for us to consider that a right turn lane could be worth the effort. And overall, the overall intersection volume has been flat between the 2 years. So the other movements have been more or less stable. We have seen pedestrian crossings up and bicycle crossings up in the PM peak hour, likely due to the increased development in the area. Some of the implications with adding a right turn lane is intersection widening. This does not improve pedestrian safety since it increases the length of the crosswalk. ADA standards now require that when you increase the length of the crosswalk, you have to increase the time for the pedestrian to cross the street. That time has to come from somewhere, and so that would likely decrease the green time on PCH, and that's an effect that may not have been studied in the past. And that would be contrary to the increase in bike ped volumes in the area. However, the city could still install this right turn lane in the future if those volumes warranted that. Some of the alternative uses for this funding So the right turn lane is currently funded by Caltrans, but in conversations with their staff, we believe there could be a worthwhile effort to redirect that funding to, construct that lane and relocate the drainage. We could look into asking Caltrans or the Eddie Redondo project to install tree wells along PCH. I believe this was a desired improvement by some in the community, as well as repairing cross gutters along PCH. So especially as you're turning onto the east side of PCH on all those side streets, the avenues and Nob Hill, there are some pretty severe cross gutters resulting in damage to the pavement and the vehicles. We believe we can ask Caltrans to repair these. This is not currently in their scope of their project, but we believe that redirecting these funds to intersection improvements elsewhere would be more beneficial to the overall community.
What can be done for that?
Lauren, would you?
For the cross gutters?
Yeah.
So they would flatten out, so the flow line will stay the same, but they would flatten out the actual concrete area, and then we would have to reconstruct further back onto the side streets, so the avenues, and regrade.
Reduce the grade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that concludes our presentation, and our 3 recommendations are listed below, requesting Caltrans to delete construction of this northbound right turn pocket plan for their project, direct staff to work with Caltrans and or the Eddie Redondo to install tree wells or additional landscaping along their PCH frontage, and direct staff to request Caltrans to repair the cross gutters along PCH between Nob Hill and Avenue H where feasible.
Okay, thank you. Could you go back to the slide where you talked about the increase in, or the changes in traffic right there? So you saw 13 to 19% increase in traffic in the evenings on the right-hand turn movement there?
That's correct. From in the PM peak hour, from 60 to 69 vehicles per hour in that single highest hour.
And that was with only 61% of the residential units filled and only 25% of the commercial.
That's correct.
So, if they fill up to 100, I'm more concerned about the commercial than I am the residential, because that could drive higher traffic. You don't think if once they fill up, they're going to exceed that 10% volume for the right turn?
I think with the increase in development in that area, there will be additional left turns through traffic and right turns, but we don't believe the proportion of traffic that is a right turn will increase.
Okay, thank you. And the bike traffic, I was looking at that. I mean, it's easy to get a big jump with the low numbers that are there. So it's not the bike traffic isn't a significant issue at that intersection. So I like what you're proposing. I like putting in trees along there. But can we go beyond that and put in a parkway with trees along that section rather than just concrete and trees? Can we actually have?
Yeah, so can you go to the photo that shows the frontage there? The photo, yeah.
Towards the
later in the.
Okay. Oh, yes.
There. So the photo on the left there shows, I think it's a northbound photo on PCH. The light gray is currently state right-of-way. The orange-brown colored sidewalk there is private property, which would be dedicated. If we don't complete the project, the dedication is not perfected. It remains private property. So we'll have to work with the developer to change that landscape into something, tree wells or maybe trees and additional parkway there.
So the trees would be up against the building?
They would be closer. Caltrans is reluctant to put trees and maybe could put tree wells in their current right-of-way because they've got fiber optic running under that sidewalk. And they're concerned about cutting into that or interfering with that in the future.
Okay. And is there any chance of making that whole side a wider front lawn, if you will?
On the private property side?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've reached out to the developer there. Actually, Mark Weiner has reached out to them. We haven't heard back yet, but that's our intent.
Because I prefer that over just tree wells. But
yeah, we're
I'll take the tree wells, but if we can get more.
Yeah, we'd probably have to do something besides lawn. I don't know if you meant lawn specifically.
No. I mean.
Natives?
Native
okay.
plants.
Yeah.
It doesn't even.
I thought I heard lawn. It surprised me. So, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that would be our recommendation. The development conditions after the settlement agreement with Legato required this and not much more than this
I should say we're not allowed to have non-functional. trips.
That's correct.
I think
So it'd have to be other landscaping.
We will certainly go back to them, and that's our hope is that we
Okay.
can, they may be interested, should be interested in beautifying that area as well.
I'm good. And if, as the commercial fills, hopefully they get 100%, if that trips that 10% number, we can always go back and ask for this.
We don't lose the offer of dedication. It's on the map. It's available to us as soon as
Okay.
we fund and get permits for the project. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Oh, thank you. Could we go to the recommendations? So I'm going to make a motion to request that Caltrans delete the construction of the northbound right turn lane on PCH and PV Boulevard that they had planned for their project. Direct staff to work with Caltrans and/or the Eddie Redondo to install tree wells or other greenery as appropriate along Eddie Redondo's PCH frontage. And I'd ask you to confer with Councilmember Brad Waller, whose district this is in. And to direct staff to request Caltrans repair cross gutters along PCH between Nob Hill and Avenue H where feasible.
Yeah, and I just want to foot stomp that. Those changes to the gutters are critical. I see people bottoming out there all the time. It does help slow traffic for those who know it's there, but others are wrecking the bottom of their cars. You can see the scrapes on the street. Councilmember Waller.
I would second that motion. That was the motion that Councilmember Barrett
And
made.
nothing else to add?
No, I do ask, yeah. I spoke to Ryan Liu about this, and originally I did have some concerns about removing that turn lane, but the pedestrian safety improvements there, and honestly, the traffic flow increase, basically it reduces the traffic flow on PCH if we extend that. And keeping traffic going on PCH is really important. As the mayor said, those intersections with a really steep approach and depart angle, I see people bottom out on that or scrape their bumpers all the time. Those are huge impacts that everybody will notice, as opposed to potential right turn lane issue, people with that. So the fact that this basically is I call it a safer, faster, greener solution. So I strongly support it.
Okay, thank you. Is that it?
Yes.
Councilmember Castle.
I just had one quick question, and I saw on the map that technically it's in Torrance, but on that corner that would be the southbound side of PCH and the eastbound side of PV Boulevard there at Rock and Brews, which is a very congested corner where the side street comes in as well. Do you know if Caltrans has any plans for that corner?
They absolutely do. Yeah, they are going to lengthen the left turn pocket. They're going to create a dedicated right turn lane in front of Rock and Brews.
Okay.
And then continue with 2 through lanes.
Okay.
As well as close off the outbound from Vista Del Mar.
Okay,
so
the angular.
to eliminate
Yes.
people shortcutting and trying to make a left turn onto PV Boulevard from there.
Perfect. That is the worst street for, you can't make a right turn onto PCH from there anyhow. So that's perfect. They're closing that off. That will solve a lot of problems.
Right.
Potentially, they could put in angled parking at that point.
I'm glad you have the directions on here because this is the most confusing.
I was saying that earlier to Councilmember Waller that, it's like, which way is north? So thank you for that, because I think that corner in particular at that intersection probably is just the worst for both pedestrians and car traffic as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually had an exchange with the engineer about north, south, east, west, the northbound leg versus the southbound leg and the northbound traffic. They have their own nomenclature, and I understand it, but it takes time.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any member of the public wish to address this item? Do we have any cards? We have no cards, so anyone from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
There are no participants online and no e-comments.
Okay, so I will call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Good job. Okay, now down to N3. This is a discussion and possible action regarding determination of the Gateway project and what to do with the money that it leaves on the table. Supposed to be working on your drive.
Sorry. There you go. Good thing I have my laptop. All right, well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Elizabeth House, Waterfront and Community Services Director. Tonight we are presenting on the Gateway of Art installation. As you may recall, you approved this installation in December for placement at the Gateway Parkette at our Hermosa and Redondo Beach border. I'll have Jack Meyer, our Cultural Arts Manager, walk you through the most recent history and why we're presenting this to you tonight. But this has been an art piece that has been under work for about 14 years, is initially supposed to be placed at the Transit Center. We eventually, with the assistance of the Public Art Commission and then Cultural Arts Commission, decided on a new location. We did even a lot of underground work to ensure that that location would work for the foundations. So a lot of time and effort has been placed into this project. So I'll go ahead and let Jack walk you through recent history and where we currently are at with the project status and what next steps may be for you.
As Elizabeth mentioned, it was December 16th that we brought this to you for approval, and it was approved to spend the $275,000, well, $270,000 already allocated and $5,000 added at the time as a budget modification to make this happen. The project began in early January, and it began slowing down almost immediately. Then in March, the artist requested some extension of time, and a lot of that he was blaming on fabrication issues and metal availability due to recent changes in trade policies and tariffs. So we were preparing that and had it pretty much ready to go in June when he suggested some even lengthier extensions to the before we even got the amendment finished. So we decided to have a little sit down with them and see if we understand what's going on. And we brought in Deputy Director Kelly Orta, and I had a Zoom meeting with the artist in June. And he had already submitted his final design, and he had submitted his engineering wet stamp drawings. And he was, if those had been approved, that would have been reached the first milestone for payment. And he told us he didn't wish to pursue the project anymore. He simply didn't want to go forward. He did not give us a reason. He just said that it would be mutually beneficial for both of us, the city and him, if we terminated the project. We offered him additional time if that would help, see if we could find some way to massage around the problem. And he simply repeated it in almost exactly the same words, that he thought it was mutually beneficial to terminate the project. We realized this was a decision he had already made, and he was not sharing the reason with us. We discussed this rather in depth, whether or not we wanted to pursue a legal action or try and push him to finish it. We all realized the same things. We're not going to get our best art by forcing an artist to work. So we gave him the letter of termination that he requested in early July. And now we find ourselves with $275,000 and in need of direction whether we wish to continue a project in this location, which we did. I should point out, if you look at the photos, there is rather a lot we discovered underneath that grass at various depths. That does not mean you cannot do it. They were able to figure out a way to make it work. It just has to be done carefully and with all considerations of both entitlements and infrastructure that is underneath there, if we wish to continue in Gateway Park. Alternatives can return the funding to the John Parsons Public Art Fund and come up with an altogether different project in the future or multiple projects. You can retain some or all of the funding to try an alternative project in the same location. And we can allocate some or all of the funding to multiple projects in different locations. These are all options available to the council. The Cultural Arts Commission did weigh in on the subject, and they were very fond of the notion of keeping the project at that level and in that location. They consider it a gateway and a landmark project, and they believed that the city would be best served with another project of that type in that location. And now we are waiting for your direction.
And I might, if I could add, Mayor, as you can see, we don't have a budget modification resolution here for you, so we're not asking for an appropriation or formal action to create new projects. What you would really be helping us do is decide how do we expend our subsequent efforts. Do we work with the commission to pursue proposals in smaller scale at the site, other locations, et cetera. So this is really a work effort, more so than it is a final action. Eventually, we will need to take, whether it be through budget or a 4/5 budget modification resolution, formal action to adjust the funding to other projects. But rather than wait for that normal life cycle through our capital planning process or annual budget action, we felt it important to get moving on, Plan B and or Plan B, C, and D, given the fact that this project is now disappointingly terminated. I think it's, I was very sad to hear this when staff brought it to my attention. And I felt it very important that we bring this public and make sure you all understood that this was something that had occurred, and we need some direction on how we proceed from here. So a lot of time and energy went into this. Jack worked very hard on this. Elizabeth, back to the John LaRock days, citing alternative locations. My goodness, we've had 4 or 5 conversations on this project in this chambers alone. So, it's unfortunate, but we've got to figure out how to make best of the circumstance. So that's really what we're after tonight.
Okay, thank you. Well, good report. I think it was a prudent direction to go to terminate. You can't force an artist to do, well, you can, but you're probably going to get crap out of them. So I think we did the right thing. It is a shame because I followed this since it was at the transit center. Then we said we want to put it down at that gateway, but then we found the infrastructure underneath and then found a way to work through that, but that slowed it up for a while and then finally got it going. So I'm sad to see this end this way. And I am certainly sensitive to the commission's input to put an alternate project right there for that same value. It's a lot of money in the art fund. I think it's one of the highest we've got right now.
Yeah, outside of the appropriation for Artesia, this is
that's for multiple.
Yeah, that's for multiple projects. This is the single highest appropriation.
And I'm not averse to putting something there, but I don't necessarily think we need to keep the $275K there. I think. And there's a couple projects, I hope come up in the harbor, but I'm not going to ask that you allocate to that because we don't know what those are going to cost yet. So I actually support throwing it back in the John Parsons Art Fund and, consider it a different date, what we put down there. Now, I will tell you, I was there when we kind of did the whole ribbon cutting on the connection of the bike path to the new bike track and the ceremony of breaking down the wall at the parking lot there. And we did put up art there at that, the city did, I shouldn't say we, the bicycle with the wind moving wheels. Mm-hmm. And that was considered a gateway project at the time. So we do have something at that gateway today. So I'm an advocate of putting it back in the John Parsons Art Fund and waiting to decide what to do with it later. Councilmember Obaji?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So I watched, first of all, Jack, I wanted to commend you on how you liaise with the Cultural Arts Commission because you do it with the same demeanor, temperament, patience, explanatory kind of a persona that you've demonstrated here today. It's a great creative group, and I think you bring out the best in them, so thank you for doing that. I totally agree with the Art Commission, and I did watch their meeting, did watch your presentation at their meeting. Thank you, Mayor, for sharing your thoughts with them. And I do sense their frustration with the cancellation of the project, which is in nobody's control, as well as their frustration with how long it took to get here and the fact that we're totally dead in the water. I also share with them their desire to see something at this gateway location because for those who aren't aware, this gate wave was supposed to start at the transit center on the outside of the transit center. Then they built the new transit center, and for ADA reasons, it couldn't go on the outside. And it was going to be buried on the inside. At that point, we said, no way, we can't put $200,000. I think it was 225 at the time, $1,000 of art on the inside of a transit center that not very many Redondo Beach residents are using. So we explored different locations to locate it, and they found this Gateway Park. And is a great location because it's Redondo Beach, and it's also a location where a lot of North Redondo residents go when they go to the beach, including myself for that matter. And I appreciate that the bicycle is there, but it's not a gateway monument. You know, it doesn't stand out to you. You could go there 20 times and never see the bicycle. So I also did like in your presentation, if you light up 2B, Mayor, the potential for this wall, not necessarily with the particular artist that you selected. Let's see. It might be me, but I think we're connected. There we go. All right, for this wall at the pier. And what's cool, and I hadn't really realized before, but there is another piece of art right there. Can't pull it up apparently.
There's a historic view down the.
Right, just around the corner from there, there's another mural.
And there's fish a little bit away from that.
So what I'd like, there we go. That's pretty cool. And I think you mentioned, Mayor, I don't know if you could talk about that now, but that the artist that you found doesn't actually paint on a mural onto the wall, but paints a painting and then prints it out on a graphic that's sealed onto the wall. Is that it? So that it lasts
It's either
longer?
sealed to the wall or you build a skin wall to put it on.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is I'll make a motion to retain $200,000 in the John Parsons Art Fund for an art installation at the Gateway Park. And I'd like the authority for the issuance of the RFP for that project to be given to the Public Arts Commission, the Cultural Arts Commission, so it doesn't need to come back to us, and we can get this rolling on an expedited basis, but that we continue to abide by this RFP process that has done so well in the city to land us both Sea Chatter and the mural at the skate park. And we'll want to include in the RFP staff the specificity around the touch points that this art installation can have in the very particular space, and also the maximum weight that the art project can have. And a maximum budget of $200,000, right? So it doesn't mean they have to spend $200,000. Maybe it's 150, maybe it's 175, maybe it's 125. And that we get that rolling. And secondarily, allocate another $75,000 for a mural or art skin, whatever it may be, on this wall. Consider whether it should wrap around to the other side. And also through an RFP that they issue. Look, they've done this before. They've issued 2 other RFPs before. I don't think council needs to have extreme oversight on a process that's already been tried and tested. They can issue it, staff can issue it after consulting with the Cultural Arts Commission and get that rolling. And then we can be as deliberative as we want when we're considering the results of that, the results of the RFP and the submissions that we get.
Second.
So far, that process has worked. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. That was helpful. It does seem we've invested a lot of time and effort and scoping and utility discovery at that location and other work. And so I'm not really comfortable at this point in time abandoning that. And it really is a gateway. I go down there. I've been going down there for a long time with family and friends, from Marina Del Rey in the north to Torrance in the south. This is our city. It's the gateway. So I do think it may be important to have something special there. And, nothing quite says special like a public artwork. So I think it's a good idea. and moving forward with it. And so that's why I support it. I support the motion.
Was there a motion?
That was my motion, yeah.
So you're seconding?
That's what he did.
Okay, and I will veto that motion, just to let you know, when it comes up for a vote.
Okay.
And my reasoning isn't because I disagree with the Gateway artist, because we have, and I did not approach the artist or find the artist found us. A world-renowned artist, John Van Hammersveld, he's not going to participate in the RFP process. That's not the way world-renowned artists work. So we either want his work or we don't.
I wasn't actually targeting any particular artist's work. I think these RFP processes have worked out just fine to get great artists to submit their work. You know, that 3D artist who did that 3D art in Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach in Santa Monica, like the earthquake in Santa Monica near where you do your aerial gymnastics. That artist submitted, pitches to us as part of the first RFP that we issued for Sea Chatter. So I don't doubt that we will get great artists.
I think we'll get great artists. We won't get John Van Hammersveld.
So you're going to veto because you're not getting your particular artist.
Nope.
And if that's the case, then
No,
I
because you're making it part of
will
this
do my
motion.
best to get a 4/5 vote to override your veto.
Okay, you guys, so John Van Hammersveld has art in El Segundo and Manhattan Beach. Didn't go through an RFP process.
He's your pal, to ask him if he'll submit a response.
He's not my pal. You keep mischaracterizing. This guy approached us, and it's a great honor. A world-renowned artist approached us to put something in our harbor.
Great, and if by the way, if the Cultural Arts Commissioners say, hey, we don't want to issue RFP, we want to do that, then maybe it'll come back to us.
You didn't say that. Okay, Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I was also there in June 2015 when we unveiled that kinetic bicycle sculpture. And there's another one of those in Coronado, right by the hotel where ICA was. I went for a walk and I saw a sculpture and it's like, that looks just like Redondo's. Same artist, he's got one there as well. That was a Leadership Redondo project, in fact, that bicycle that got put up there in 2015. I support returning the funding to the John Parsons Art Fund because it doesn't stop the Cultural Arts Commission. I can't come up with the right, remember their name. It doesn't stop them from repeating the process and doing that. I don't know if I want to direct them now with a dollar amount. If they want to come back for a $250,000 project or a $150,000 project. I don't want to give them that much direction. That's the only difference really I have between what I was thinking about doing and the motion. But it's a great place for art. I don't have a problem with art there. But after 14 years, that's longer than GPAC. Put it back and let the Cultural Arts Commission, I'd say, do their job and come to us and say, we've got some great ideas.
Seems like a reasonable approach.
That's it.
Yeah, so we'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
We'll accept that as friendly amendment.
So what's the motion now?
Don't cap them at 200, is that it?
Well, the motion is to just return it to the John Parsons Art Fund and give the Cultural Arts Commission the free rein to
You're saying the whole 275?
The 275 goes back to John Parsons Art Fund. I'm not telling them
how much to allocate to
this project. It's just.
And what about the mural stuff?
I would let them look into that. I didn't really. I don't know if it, if we do something, we always send it back to commission anyhow. So I like going to commission and saying, give us your thoughts.
Did you mandate an RFP?
It's what I wouldn't mandate an RFP. I wouldn't not mandate an RFP. I'm just saying.
Leave it up to them.
Leave it up to the Cultural Arts Commission.
Okay. Yeah.
But to be clear, leave what up to them? I think that the thing that we need direction on is what are we tasking the commission to ultimately do? Are we asking to they've given us their recommendation on what to do with the 275. It's to basically do an alternative project as is. So we just need some direction on, do we want them to consider an RFP for an alternative project at that location, and then also consider an RFP or alternative sourcing of a project for a mural on the south side of the pier wall? Are we just having them come back with recommendations through their normal course of work? I think that's the direction we're seeking today. Is that you're not going to be able to act on the money tonight. What you're able to do is task us and the commission with follow-up response.
Do we have a representative from the commission that could speak to us and perhaps give us some of their thoughts?
Well, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Jack can provide any context as to their conversation on this. Certainly, we can hear directly from them if they're here. But that's really what we're seeking from you all's kind of corporate direction on how to approach this availability of funds.
Hey, Councilmember Castle.
So, City Manager Wozanski, right now the Cultural Arts Commission is recommending that they retain the 275. If we had a proposal for the murals on the seawalls or paintings along the wall underneath the police annex, we could always come back and allocate money from the 275 to those other projects.
We absolutely can. I mean, we can appropriate funding later through our normal process, through a 4/5 action. We can expand and contract the public art project list through our normal course of mid-year review and annual budgeting. I think what would be helpful is what do we want the commission working on now, right? They're fairly busy with the Artesia effort. That's their sort of current focus. Is there anything else, you two, that they're actively working on as it relates to public art?
The Esplanade project is, they've only come up with the first 15,000 of the 100,000 available to spend.
Okay.
And that project will be brought back to you shortly. But there's $85,000 to work there, and it's already allocated.
And those are the two projects that they're sort of actively. So they've got bandwidth. They've got bandwidth for other work effort.
I think so.
Yeah. So I think that's what we're trying to identify is what do we want the commission to be working on as it pertains to public art beyond those two efforts.
So could I offer a second motion? An alternate?
Motion.
So I would, a substitute motion. So I would go with the recommendation of the Cultural Arts Commission to retain the 275 right now at that location, and they can see if there's anything, that they have on their short list, because obviously I'm guessing that they probably have something in mind. Then secondly, while they're in that process, if we do have proposals coming in, because in terms of other projects, whether it's a $50,000 project, a $100,000 project, a $500,000 project, we don't know the scale of that. So even to take 75 out of the 200, that's just sort of shooting in the dark. So in any event, we would have to come back and probably allocate more money to that project or take money from this project. And until we have an alternative project, we don't know how much of the 275 we would even spend. So as for now, I would just say, go with their recommendation of keeping the 275 because that's what they're leaning toward. And then in the future, we can come back adjust based on what they find.
And I'm willing to second that with a friendly amendment that we authorize them, if they do decide to go forward with the RFP or RFQ, RFI, whatever it is for the project that's 275, up to 275, that they be authorized to do that without coming back to us, so that we don't go through this whole long process again that takes essentially forever. That's kind of frustrated them.
The process that led to the WAVE project, is that what you're saying?
The process that's led to any of the art projects that they've brought to date, the sea chatter, the mural, and the like.
What would you like to see as the council's approval for some future art project?
So what I'm envisioning is if it goes back to them and they say, okay, we want this particular artist for $200,000 to build this sculpture. Okay, they have somebody in mind and that comes to us and we decide yay or nay. Or they say we want to issue an RFP, but we don't want it to take forever, so we just want to go ahead and issue an RFP directly. Staff, prepare an RFP, come back to us the next meeting. Okay, we approve this, and then they launch the RFP for submissions for proposed art at this particular site. Eventually, they whittle down the various submissions, and they say, hey, council, this is the submission we recommend. Staff comes back to us, by the way, this is what the commission recommended, and here were the runner-ups that they liked. Council chooses, ultimately, which one to move forward with.
Right. Okay. I mean, and I think if, in the meantime, while on this, just like as we were going with the WAVE project, if there's any artist or any other project or opportunity that comes our way, we can always analyze that as it comes in, right? I mean, that seems, but as for now, we can't, whether it's leaving 100 in, 250, 200, we might as well leave the full amount, 275.
All right, I agree with that.
And follow their lead.
All right, so
that's my
motions, leave 275 in, and do you authorize them to proceed with issuing an RFP for this site?
For this site, yes, or whatever their normal process is for looking for alternatives for sculptures or landmark gateway.
Right.
All right.
Gravitas.
Is that clear enough?
Yeah, absolutely. We have done it both ways.
Are you seconding it?
Yeah, I'm going to second it.
We've allowed the commission to work with staff to develop the RFP, solicit the proposals, vet them, and then make recommendations to council. Council ultimately always has to approve the artist agreement. So eventually it comes back to you all to say yay or nay. But I think what Councilmember Obaji is saying, rather than us preliminarily, this corporate body bless the RFP before released, let's get right out on the street. Let's figure out what artists are going to submit, have the commission vet the proposals and make a recommendation to council. I think that's what I'm hearing in this concept. And that works for us. We've done it both ways.
One more thing I want to note, if I may, Mayor, is in light of this location being at the waterfront where it's going to get wind, sand, and sun, that we're really going to have to specify in the RFP that this is going to have to be resilient to this project's going to have to be resilient to the elements, or at least be able to be maintained.
Non-corrosive materials, we've got plenty of specs on that for the RFP. Yeah.
All right, so I second that motion.
Okay.
Okay, so we've taken the whole mural thing out of this?
Well, there's no mural. There's no mural.
Okay, I'm okay. Now, with respect to since you brought it up, the art tile, is the Cultural Arts Commission already working on that since we allocated the funds, or do we have to?
Yeah, we have funds allocated, so that should get into their queue as a natural course of work.
So we don't have to take the budget action and kick that off?
No, that's already going on. So that the council gives direction sort of two ways to the commission. One, appropriating funds for a project, and then our natural process takes over. Staff works to execute that, seek commission input, come back to you with the appropriate recommendations. That's the normal course. This is just different because we've effectively had a project that's now vacated, and we got to figure out, are we going to reboot that project effort to replace it, or are we going to do something different with it? That's where we're at.
And City Attorney Ford, is there anything that precludes a commission from approving an RFP for something up to, the amount of $275K?
I can't think of any right now. I think we've done it before.
Okay.
That way. So.
Yeah, there's nothing, because all you're doing is authorizing requests for proposals. That's it. There's no.
Well, but I mean, if they don't specify the right things, we could get a bogus proposal back.
Well, right. So, I mean, you're trusting them and staff to corral the effort to come back with a quality art project. That the risk would be that, that it doesn't meet the council sort of vision.
I just asked because of the location, and I'm fine with keeping focus on that because I do agree it's a major gateway. So I'll concede that point. But because of the infrastructure installed underneath, I want to make sure the RFP doesn't produce something that we get into this whole delay because it hasn't been coordinated with Public Works. And
yeah, staff will ensure that the RFP covers those bases. Yeah, we don't want to bother anybody's, any prospective artist with a project that can't be constructed. Ultimately, it's a waste of all of our time, and we certainly don't. We certainly like to see something installed sooner rather than later, given the effort and time thus far.
Okay.
And I was just going to add, this is to Councilmember Barron's point that we've done all that research and we have all the data now on the vaults and
we're much better positioned this go
to give to the artists before they even come back to us.
And we should take advantage of that knowledge in the RFP. I just had a question. Jack, you were there when John Van Hammersveld visited, and do you think an artist like that would bid on a general, did a mural?
Doesn't seem likely. I don't see him as a bidder.
Yeah.
And he's reached a status in his life where people come to him for work.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And he was approaching us. We weren't approaching him. He was anxious to to tour the site and look at the potential locations. So he's not my friend, and I did not approach him. So I think it's an honor that a world-renowned artist would come to the city of Redondo.
Can I say something? Not argumentative.
I don't care if it's argumentative. Yeah, of course, you're welcome to say.
I think Jack actually explained it at the Cultural Arts Commission extremely well. He said, and I don't want to tell me if I mischaracterize what you're saying, that there's two ways essentially to get art started. You can either do an RFP, RFQ, RFI, or you can say, hey, we really like this artist and what they produce, and you can commission an artist to do artwork. So council, mayor are free to commission him if you want to commission him. There's still unallocated money, I believe $100,000 in the John Parsons Art Fund.
And there's supposed to be more.
And potentially more, you know, if we don't use, they don't use the entire we don't use the entire 275 here, there could be more. So free to do that.
Look, the only reason I'm pushing back was because you dictated that it be an RFP process. The whole rest of it I was fine with.
Okay, got it. All right, that wasn't clear to me. All right.
Okay, there's still hands up. Scott, did you? I'm sorry, Councilmember Barrett.
I did. If you're inclined to call on public comment, I'll wait till then.
Okay, okay. So we'll take public input. Do we have any cards on this one? Okay. It's open to the public.
Mayor and Council, Ram Morocco, District 3. I've been pushing for historical art projects for a while, and I'm going to come up with some alternatives that actually have been vetted through the Historical Commission many years ago when John LaRocque was around. First of all, my leadership class destroyed the band shell that used to be in City Park, and that location, at least based on the picture, would be a nice place to put a replacement band shell, and it wouldn't have the same obstacles on it. Lilienthal Park is also a gateway park. It's got the space for it. It's got walls galore for murals, and you could put a sculpture over there and have it as an attractive point. It is a gateway from Torrance. You dead end right into the park. When I was on the Historical Commission, we were looking at having a local artist that does sculptures of the red car. And I think the cost at that time was about $80,000. It passed through the Historical Commission, was going to go to Public Arts. I don't know if it ever got through at that point. There were some obstacles along the way, but that's another possible art piece. Or if you want to do something with the Gateway Park itself, you could actually put a replica full-size red car that wouldn't carry the same weight as an art sculpture, but you can put artwork inside the red car so you actually have a visual gallery as well. So I think you have some alternatives. I know what's being proposed is reasonable, but it's my chance to get back to the red car sculpture, which I think is a really good project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone online?
There is no one online and no e-comments.
Okay, anyone else from the audience wish to address this item?
Georgette Kantner. I think that I like your idea about returning the money to the commission so that they can decide what they want to do. But I know from after attending the last commission meeting, and I wish one of the commissioners were here because now I'm speaking in their stead, but I will anyway because I never shut up, is the fact that they are very dedicated to replacing it with a piece of sculpture that is, you know, I don't know if it could be monumental, but something, you know, close. They want it to be notable because it is a gateway. And the bicycle sculpture is lovely, but it started out with color, and then the corrosiveness of the sea air created, you know, they had to take the powder coating off. So it's kind of sad, and it's beautiful, and I love it, but it's definitely not a gateway. So, and the gentleman the artist is lovely, but the other thing is, I think that you can, talking about the mural, you could go ahead and say, okay, I want this, and that's the way it is. I don't think that's the way you guys are going to do it. I don't think that's what you have in mind. But having Mr. Van Hammersveld have his work here is completely notable. He's in Hermosa. He's done beautiful work. He's, you know, he's this fantastic, like you said, world-renowned artist. He's got this thing in Vegas that goes over your head. I think it's on, I don't know, the old part of Vegas. It's this animated thing. It's just incredible. So there's no limit to what he could provide and the status and so forth if we can afford it, you know. But I agree that it should go back, let them now decide. And I think they will make a good decision, and because they are dedicated to replacing, with something really profound.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item? Is there anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay.
Good evening, Paul Moses, District 2. I was on the City Art Commission, Public Art Commission, when we commissioned Mr. Volcan and Conaglu to create that artwork with Georgette. That was found through the RFQ process. That's why you find really great artwork. If you just commission specific artists, that can be seen as a no-bid contract, and it's probably frowned upon, and you just don't know what's out there. So you might as well cast a net and see how many things you catch, because that's a better way of doing it. There are protocols in our public art program to find sites and artists and ways to do it instead of grabbing money, like we've had former commissioners grab money for the Esplanade. There's no place on the Esplanade for a $100,000 project. We had a former council member say, let's put it in this park down there at the Harbor Gateway. That park is hugely problematic for any artwork. There's too many spots where there's access for utilities that just make it impossible to put it on that green space. And it's right next to the ocean. So unless you're using something like cast concrete, which will survive the ocean air, anything else is going to get rotted. And a word about the artwork, the Gateway. That was the craziest piece of public art I've seen a city commission in a while. It's just this amoeba of aluminum. And I was very proud that we chose it because it was very unique. And Volcan's become this huge artist. And I can't stress enough how much this was a loss to our portfolio of artwork. It's $1 million artwork. And the band was very patient after 15 years. And it's a shame that it's been lost. The budget for that project, I think, because originally the artwork was commissioned for the transit center in North Redondo, I think a significant amount of that budget ought to go back to North Redondo. And I think although the original $87,000 was not even public art money, it was county money for the transit center. But that $275,000 should not be put in the park down by the water. It should be spread among the city. There's lots of good projects. That's a significant amount of money that could improve things in North Redondo greatly. So, I know the Public Art Commission or the Cultural Art Commission recommended that they try to do that and save their project. It's not the right spot, and it's too big of a budget. So allocate that money where it's going to do good. South Redondo's got lots of good art projects. It's time to spread the love and give us some back to North Redondo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone online?
There's no one online.
Anyone else wish to address this item? Okay, anyone wish to amend their motion?
I did have a couple quick comments at the appropriate time.
It's appropriate.
Oh, okay. Yep, a good public comment. Thank you for being here. Just for clarity, kind of the concern I have about Van Hammersveld is, he's already done like a mural at the Manhattan Beach. He did the pipeline collection. He did the El Segundo water tower, Hermosa's Great Wave. It's like, great artist, has it, we're kind of unique. And I thought at least we could leave it up to the Cultural Arts Commission to weigh the options. I'm not an expert in that area. But I do know that there are other artists, kind of similar genres that we could at least explore, we meaning the commission. Drew Brophy, got Heather Brown, Jimbo Phillips, who's renowned and respected, Hannah Eddy. There's others out there, and I wouldn't want to box them out of the selection process or kind of dictate, hey, it's got to be one person or the other, even if my personal preference may be this particular artist or another. So that's kind of why I felt that way. And then similarly with the RFP, RFQ, that process has worked. Candidly, it's not the most efficient. You have to go through the steps. You have to write it up. A little bit of a beauty contest, dog and pony show. And, we saw that here. Here we are 10 years later. We still have no Gateway Art Project. But in the absence of kind of a special circumstance or exigency, it seems like the RFP-RFQ process has worked. And at least I'd want to at least explore that or have that explored. And if the staff liaison comes back or the commission comes back and says, you know, this isn't going to work, we need to get this thing up quick, and we endorse that. Short of that, I was a little reluctant to go along. So I don't want anyone to think it was a personal affront. Those were my thoughts that kind of went into the motion. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I respectfully disagree. I think when you get a world-class artist that's done folks like the Beatles, they're not going to respond to a general RFP, especially somebody who's up in their 80s and they approach, they get approached regularly.
They get approached
directly. If you go to the Cabrillo Aquarium, they've got unique art there.
Yeah.
His art projects don't look the same all between the cities. They do have a style. We are the original surf city with George Freeth and all of that.
Right.
And I do think that captures that surf genre.
Yeah,
So it fits
does.
with our city's history. So,
It does, and
I don't think that's on the agenda tonight. What we've got right now is a motion to, I think, keep the 275 there for now, and to come up with an RFP for that specific site, correct?
Yes.
And that's it.
Well, to proceed, I think, go through the RFP process.
Yeah.
and
Authorize them to
recommendation.
release the RFP and all of that. But we're not talking about what murals elsewhere or the tile art or anything else. So with that, that's what is on the table for the vote, and I will call the vote. All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, let's see. City manager items.
Just one this evening, just bear with me. Shout out to one of our firefighters who's returned from a pretty significant detail in Colorado. Let me make sure I pull it up here. Alec Fredrickson, one of our fire engineers, he was deployed in Colorado for 14 days. He assisted with the 64,000 acre Ferris fire as a heavy equipment boss. He's somebody that's uniquely trained to work with bulldozers, excavators, graders, massacators, and other heavy equipment during a wildland fire. And he was a member of our, of course, Area G deployment, but his training and skill set allow him to work in that federal environment. And he's back home safely. We're appreciative of his efforts, and we just want to give him a little shout out for his deployment and his safe return. So Alec, one of our fire engineers, that's what I have for you this evening. Next week's agenda, August 11th. Right now, we're going to bring back and have another round of commission interviews. As you know, we're going to talk a little bit about some appointments tonight to fill some immediate holes. But that's really the primary item that we're looking at for next week. There's a small possibility that our hedge ordinance is ready for consideration of first reading and introduction. Not 100% sure that'll be the case. We'll certainly let you know over the course of the next few days. But we are meeting open session and close next week for at least the commission interviews. We'll have a few consent calendar items, and we will have a 4 o'clock closed session next week to be safe. There are a few things in the queue. So that's what I have this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, down to item P1, mayor and council items. And this is appointment of a couple of, my recommendation to you to appoint a couple of folks to the, what am I thinking of?
Cultural Arts Commission.
Public Amenities Commission. I'm still stuck on cultural arts. Yeah. Public Amenities Commission, because they have a hearing coming up that I would prefer not to delay. And because of the number of absences, there's going to be vacancies on there. And we have one current member who hasn't committed to attending. So in order to ensure our best chances of a quorum, I'd like you to consider appointing 2 people tonight. And I want to thank Councilmember Barrett, because I was out enjoying the island, Catalina, over the weekend. He did some some work over the weekend, and I certainly appreciate that, and recruiting and things like that. So appreciate that, Councilmember Barrett, and I'd like to recommend Alex, is it Spute?
You got it?
Spute from D5. This was his first choice, and I hope, and they circulated his application previously, but I asked them to resend it, so they resent it tonight. And then Anthony Roy, who's retired, out of D4. This was his second choice, but we've confirmed both of them would be able to attend, and that meeting's right after the council meeting next week. So I wanted to give them a week's heads up, not do it right at the last minute. So I would appreciate if you'd make a motion to approve, someone on the council would make the motion to approve these two.
I got my hand up, I think, there, if I could just say.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for these nominations, and I am in favor of the city council confirming them. The two people you mentioned, Alex Spute and his wife Katie, I think, as you know, are longtime and highly respected Redondo Beach residents. They have a wonderful family and are truly well-known throughout the community. Alex himself has a proven record as a community volunteer in the city, including more than a decade with the Redondo Beach Little League, and in many capacities, as well as the Boy Scouts of America and much more. I'll also say Alex is a highly motivated, thoughtful, clear-thinking individual who graduated magna cum laude from Michigan. He's an attorney by trade and a true gentleman and a scholar. And importantly, he's a genuine enthusiast when it comes to public amenities, historical resources, landmarks, historic districts, and preservation. So I do think he'll make a great fit and addition for this esteemed commission. Anthony Roy. You're right, Mayor, he's retired. And this is a person who lived in another city, a great city, that unfortunately has lost its luster, due in part to out of control and unaddressed crime and homelessness, massive over and unsustainable development, among many other things. And he's kind of seen the history of that city and preservation efforts go by the wayside. So Anthony and his spouse ultimately made the decision to make a change, and they found their way, fortunately, to our great city, and which they now proudly call home. And Anthony has a passion for preservation, history, community, and culture, and is committed, importantly, to attendance and active participation on this important commission. And so lastly, I do want to commend the mayor for his agility and leadership in filling these positions, doing what he could and what we could as a council to ensure, to the extent practical, that there will be a quorum at the upcoming Public Amenities Commission meeting, where I believe they're going to have a public hearing. So for all of those reasons, I make a motion for the council to confirm the mayor's nominations of Alex Spute and Anthony Roy for the, we could specify who they're filling in for. I think the city clerk may or may not have that. But they're filling out the terms of the two individuals from District 4 and District 5, as you referenced.
Yes, that's my intent, that they fill the District 5 and District 4 positions that are vacated.
Correct, which is on the blue folder, which
is in the blue folder.
2028.
Yes, both September. So with that, that is my motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Councilmember Waller?
Yeah, I'd like to note that the blue folder item has a typo. It says Public Art Commission instead of Public Amenities Commission.
I'll correct that.
So we should make sure that the record shows.
Motion so amended?
Well, the motion was for the correct commission.
Right.
Or
The motion's correct.
Commission, but the blue folder is incorrect. Just want to make sure that we correct that for the record.
Okay.
That's it.
Any other discussion? Okay, any member of the public wish to address this item? Oh, sorry. I'll get back to you.
Ron Morocco, I want to thank personally Councilman Barrett for digging in and getting qualified people. You left out, and the mayor as well. But you did leave out one qualification on Alex. He's a UC Davis graduate, so that's that's an additional plus on it. I've seen this information online about him. I think they're going to be fabulous, and we actually have a very motivated group at this point, so I think it's going to be successful. We do have two public hearings, because we have 2 properties up for landmark, plus we have a presentation to a member of the community who's been being recognized as a volunteer. So thank you again for doing this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address? Is there anyone online?
There's no one online.
Anyone from the audience wish to address this item? Okay, so I will call the vote. All 4, oh, I'm sorry, hold it, Councilmember Obaji. I'm snubbing you because of your RFI.
I just want to thank Councilmember Barrett as well for really digging in deep here. He collected the applications, reviewed them diligently, scheduled appointments with these applicants and some of them, and personally interviewed them. Even texted me, "Hey, want to meet with me and this District 4 applicant or commission applicant on this Sunday?" And I'm like, "No, sorry, I was out of town." But thank you for doing that. Super diligent and excellent work.
Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All 4? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. So all that's left is to adjourn.
Referrals.
Oh, I'm sorry, referrals to staff. Anybody have referrals?
We're happy to adjourn, though.
Yeah, you'd prefer we just skip out. Councilmember Waller.
No referrals to staff tonight.
Councilmember Castle.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Obaji.
I felt like I did have something, but I'm good. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
I have none.
I have 6. No, none, I can't have them anyway. I could have BRRs. No, I don't have any. So with that, now we're at adjournment. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All 4?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. The next meeting of the City Council will be an adjourned regular meeting, closed session at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. And a regular meeting will be held at 6 p.m. on August 11th right here in council chambers. Thank you. I think that's the most resolutions we've passed in one night.
Wow.